Two. Two. Hey, 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 hey. One, two. Yeah. One, two. Check one, two. Two, one, two. One, two. All right. Birch.
Good evening, good evening. Just to announce that we will be starting in about 15 minutes. There's a tent uh, on the southern side of the park where you can go to sign the petition. And there are a number of persons in the park with booklets, so you can also sign with them. But we'll be starting in about 15 minutes. Thank you.
Please stand for the national anthem. In plenty and in time of need, when this fair land was young, our brave forefathers sowed the seed from which our pride has sprung. A pride that makes no wanton boast of what it has withstood, that binds our hearts from coast to coast, the pride of nationhood. We loyal sons and daughters all do hereby make it known. These fields and hills beyond recall are now our very own. We write our names on history's page with expectations great, strict guardians of our heritage, firm craftsmen of our faith. The Lord has been the people's guide for past 300 years. With him still on the people's side, we have no doubts or fears. Upward and onward we shall go, inspired, exalting, free. And greater will our nation grow in strength and unity. We loyal sons and daughters all do hereby make it known. These fields and hills beyond recall are now our very own. We write our names on history's page with expectations great, strict guardians of our heritage, firm craftsmen of our faith. Thank you.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. I wish to thank Tonica Thompson for a wonderful rendition of our national anthem. Just need first to remind you, though, that even though you may see some familiar faces and quite a few persons in red, you ought not to see this as a raw political meeting, but a meeting at which concerned Barbadians will gather to deal with those major issues that we face as a nation. I want to remind you again that those of you who have not yet signed the petition, over here to my left, you can go over there to that tent, or you will see persons moving around with booklets, and you can move and do your signing as the evening goes by. Ian Goodin-Edgell is my co-chair this evening, and he's on his way, and I will try my best to keep your attention until he gets here. Please let me introduce Pastor Erskine Branch to lead us off with a word of prayer. Thank you.
With all heads bowed, may I have your attention by having all heads bowed in reverence. Righteous and divine Father, we approach thy gracious throne in the wonderful name of Jesus Christ. We invite the presence of your wonderful Holy Spirit in a very special way. We ask for your divine blessings upon this place, the proceedings, and all who are gathered here. But high on this agenda, dear Heavenly Father, as I stand before your righteous presence, I pray for our opposition leader. I pray for God's sanction and approval upon her. I give thee thanks for such a leader, experience, knowledge, wisdom, and vision. I believe, dear Heavenly Father, that you have prepared her for such a task as this, a tremendous challenge. I recall, dear Heavenly Father, John the Baptist and his preparation. He was prepared from his mother's womb for the advent of Christ into this world. Esther was chosen as a little girl for a task that lied many years ahead of her, the salvation of the people of Israel and Israel as a whole. Mia has been chosen for such a crucial juncture in the history of Barbados and in leadership. Dear Heavenly Father, I pray that she be the eyes and ears of this people and nation, to sensitize and to educate the masses of what is transpiring in Barbados. Father, bring her to a position where she seeks your face on a daily basis for guidance and counsel that she may lead aright. May she lean not unto her own understanding, but in all her ways may she acknowledge you. And Father, we are sure you will direct her path. I pray for the support of all party members, like Moses of all, that they may stand on either side, upholding her hands. I pray for cooperation and cohesiveness among the members of the party. I pray, dear Heavenly Father, that this present initiative would be successful. Most of all, I pray that your will be done. I take this opportunity to pray, dear Heavenly Father, that at this moment in the history of Barbados, that the best brains will come forward. I pray for this nation. I pray for this economy. I pray for covenants. That, Father and God, you in your loving kindness and in your tender mercies would look down upon Barbados. And Father, that you will deliver Barbados from the economic turmoil that it now experiences. Father and God, I ask these things in Jesus' precious name. and for his wonderful sake. And may the blessings of God Almighty, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit rest upon me, Amar Motley, and all of us who are gathered here, both now and forevermore. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Branch. Excuse me. And for those of you who, like me, didn't make it out to church this morning, at least I can say I've had my few words. If you have been following events in this country over the past few years, you, like countless Barbadians, would recognize that we have been in trouble for quite some time. Whether you are looking at what is happening in tourism, in healthcare, in education, all across the spectrum, we have been plagued with problems. And some of our major challenges we face in the area of our justice system. You may recall the excitement surrounding the appointment of a Chief Justice. You know of the sordid details there. You also recognize and remember, and you can still taste the bitterness on your lips, what has happened recently with the interference with the police force and the unceremonious dismissal or attempt as it relates to the Commissioner of Police. And no doubt, you have a police force expected to deal with crime, rising crime, but the police are told you're going to have to take it easy. They're told you have to monitor the use of the vehicles and the consumption of gasoline. And they're told there's no overtime. So while the criminals are working overtime, this government is telling the police that they need to stay home, work 8 hours, because they think the criminals only work 8 hours too. So no overtime. They cut the flexi allowance. And with all of this happening, you can hear the irresponsible and lawless comments coming from ministers of the government to the extent that they're saying that some people's heads should be cracked. But this is just but part of the sordid mess in which we find ourselves as a result of a wayward government. But I bring to you someone who can put these things in better context and help you to better understand these issues. Former Attorney General, Mr. Dale Marshall, MP for St. Joseph.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. I know that this is not a gathering of the Barbados Labour Party family, but I see some people in red. Welcome you. And for those of you who are not ordinarily wearing red or who are not red, I still want to welcome you. Most Sunday afternoons, Barbadians like to have this as their quiet time after lunch. You will have had a good lunch and you'll be relaxing and reading and so on. And for some of you, this gathering is an interruption of your routine. But I want to thank you for being willing to come out, not to enjoy the wonderful surroundings of Queen's Park, but to come out and stand shoulder to shoulder with Barbadians who think that this country is headed down the wrong road. You know, if you think about a bus, some may like the driver, some may not like the driver, but if the bus is not going anywhere, then everybody, like the driver or not, will suffer. Everybody will be stuck. And so as we begin our dialogue this afternoon, I want you not to think of our discourse purely along political lines, but to understand that if even there are some of you in this audience who would ordinarily support the Democratic Labour Party, that you too have begun to feel the pinch in your shoe. The whole purpose of a government is to make things better for all of our people. And I wonder, truly, if on this Sunday afternoon, there is anybody here who could say that they are better off now than they were last year. Are you perhaps better off now than you were in 2008? Do you have a feeling of satisfaction about Barbados, your home, as you used to have some years ago? It is perhaps coincidental that this occasion is happening at a time when there's a lot of discussion about the Minister of Finance. And I don't know if we would want to say that this gathering is to talk about the Minister of Finance. But the truth of the matter is that whatever happens to this country's finances, which are run by the Minister of Finance, will have an impact on every single one of you. And our chairman gave you a few thumbnails of some of the things that are happening in this country, and it is my role to engage you in that discussion this afternoon. When we think about the Ministry of Finance, we think about paying taxes, and that money being used for schools and being used for our roads. But the responsibility of the Ministry of Finance goes much further than building. Don't give me the hand signal, Chief. Tell me what to do with the mic. It keeps cutting out. Oh, I got to hold this? All right. All right, I think we solved the problem. So to get back in the groove, right? What is happening in the Ministry of Finance is having a negative effect on the many institutions in Barbados that are responsible for our civil authority. And as a former Attorney General, I have been following quite closely where we are in relation to law and order in Barbados. You know, for 3 or so years now, I've been saying that the Royal Barbados Police Force has perhaps been getting the worst deal of anybody in this country. From the time this administration came to power, they began by politicizing the force. And we've talked about it again and again, and perhaps I don't need to go into it with you this afternoon. But it is important for me to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that in 1994, when my party, the Barbados Labour Party, came to power, we found a police force that was leaning badly. And we systematically strengthened the police force, perhaps to the point where our force was almost better equipped than any other force in the region. We provided them with new equipment. You know, there was a time some years ago when police had to use their own vehicles to go out to do their job. They got in an accident and the policeman had to take up his car and drive to the scene of the crime. We put an end to those things. We spent $10 million giving the police force vehicles so that they could do what they had to do in an efficient and transparent way. But you know what? Policemen are once again having to use their own vehicles to go to the scenes of incidences. So instead of moving forward, you can see that we're moving backward. You know, we don't realize how hard police work, you know. A police officer who goes to work, let's say his shift starts at 8 o'clock in the morning, and he will work until, suppose, 4:30 in the afternoon. But if he gets called out to a crime at 3 o'clock, he can't look at his watch at 4:30 and say, well, boys are gone. He has to stay on the job, sometimes until the next morning. And then he has to show up at court at 9 o'clock to give evidence in another case. And we understood what a negative effect that was having on members of the force. They hated it. And so the Barbados Labour Party introduced something called flexi time. And what it meant was that you could expect to be paid because we considered anything that you did beyond your shift extra duties. When a policeman has to go and stand in court and give evidence, he's not giving evidence as John Brown from Checker Hall. The first thing they ask him is, what is your badge and your number? Because he's there in his capacity as an officer of the law. And do you know, ladies and gentlemen, that the introduction of that flexi time so transformed the ability of our police officers to earn that the force began to work in a more efficient manner. This administration, insistent on undoing everything that the Barbados Labour Party does, under the guise of a financial difficulty, have now determined that flexi time for our police officers has to stop. Now that takes us back to where we were in the 1980s and early 1990s. You know, I was at football last night in Speightstown. They say it's the David Thompson tournament and that. I shouldn't, but it was a St. Joseph team playing and I went to support my team, right? And they beat St. Peter 4-1. So it was extra joy. When I see Owen, I can tell him. But you know, the police who had to stand up around those grounds to ensure security can't get paid for that extra duty. And I stand here and tell you that there are some things that a country and a minister of finance can treat as discretionary. But maintaining security and law and order in our island is not a discretionary item. Barbados cannot afford to treat the safety of our citizens as a discretionary item. We need to make sure Christmas is coming. And you know that at Christmas time, there's a lot more lawlessness about. And all leave for police officers traditionally gets canceled. And they're all expected to work extraordinarily long hours. But they now are going to be feeling it in their pocket because of this financial decision of the Minister of Finance. And even though I was at football last night, I would have preferred the Minister of Finance to have cut the money that was going to the David Thompson tournament and use it to pay our police officers their flexi time. I would have preferred them to cut the $5 million that they're using on constituency councils and use that money to ensure that the Royal Barbados Police Force can do its job. But, Minister of Finance, you and I know that it doesn't stop there. Because the Barbados Defense Force that traditionally supports the police force in its police undertakings are now under such severe financial hardships that they now cannot afford to do joint patrols with the police. I understand the request was made for them to do joint patrols earlier this year, and the Chief of Staff sent back a response saying that our vehicles are not on the road. So if you want us, come and pick us up. But the police vehicles weren't on the road neither. So what happened? And the same ripple effect is being felt in our prison service. It is being felt in every single arm of government that has to do with whether you can put your head on your pillow tonight and have a safe and restful sleep. So, Mr. Minister of Finance, when you are juggling your dollars and trying to decide who to cut, I want to tell you that the last person in Barbados who should have been affected by your harsh decisions should have been the people in the police force. I would not have minded if they'd cut. Well, it's kind of hard to decide where, but I could list. I have a long list in my mind of people who could have been cut, consultants who could have been sent home, projects that they could have stopped. All of those things would have ensured that the men and women of the police force would today be able to function as they used to. This is no small matter. If you live in the Ivy or walk through the Ivy, you have to concern yourself about the almost daily shootings that are taking place. Have you not noticed how many acts of, when you kill somebody and cut them up, dismember them, scatter it all over the place and throw the head at sea, that speaks to a level of viciousness in our country that we really cannot say we are accustomed to. I am not an alarmist, but daily I feel the burden of an increasingly bold criminal element. And it worries me. Does it not worry you? It worries us all. And when once you let that cat out of the bag, that's it. Can't get it back in. You know, I remember, and I don't want to speak ill of our Caribbean brothers and sisters, but I remember a very senior police officer in the region telling me that there are countries in the region that, as far as their local police forces are concerned, they have lost to the criminal element. Can you imagine when a country feels that it has lost itself to the criminal element, that the criminal element in that society so controls everything that I'm not talking about someplace far away, I'm talking about within the region. And for years we have been able to hold our head up high because of how we deal with law and order, because of how we deal with crime and violence. But we are losing that ability daily. Now, we all have our children, our elderly parents, we have our brothers and sisters, and we pray sincerely that those kinds of things do not visit us. But we also have to take care of ourselves through ensuring that the mechanisms of government that are designed to do those jobs are able to do their jobs. You know, one of the things that people look at before they decide to come to a country to invest is whether or not your society is safe. I have traveled all over the world and encouraged people to come to Barbados and do business, and they don't ask if the road's good, you know. They ask you, so is your country a safe place to do business? When I send my executives to Barbados, will I be satisfied that my executives will be living and working in a country that is peaceful and tranquil? And I say to you that we are not only losing our financial reputation, we're losing our reputation as a place where law and order persists. The time has come, Mr. Minister of Finance and Mr. Attorney General, for the two of you to talk and get your act together. Now, we know that one minister already said he's not speaking to Chris Sinclair. And I have reason to believe that the Attorney General has taken a similar stance in relation to Chris Sinclair as well. But the people of Barbados cannot be sacrificed on the puny egos of cabinet ministers who believe that they must operate in silos and don't have to speak to anybody else. When we talk about pulling together, and they talk about it all the time, we need to pull together. Barbados, their party is spreading doom and gloom, and they're alarmists and so on. If they only walked out and stood in the shoes of Barbadians, they'd begin to understand what we're feeling today. And so, as we address this issue in a nonpartisan way, I want you to send a message through your neighbors, through the call-in program, through the petition, through any means possible that would make the government stand up and understand that we are dealing now not just with dollars and cents, but we are dealing with the lives and the very survival of our brothers and sisters in this country. We cannot allow our reputation as a place where law and order prevails to dissipate. Because once that happens, you are lost. You know, there was a time when many Trinidadian businessmen, I'm only talking a few years ago, wanted to move their corporate headquarters to Barbados because of the pervasive kidnapping in Trinidad. That alone tells you that when businesses feel that the environment is not safe, they look to move. And they were looking to move to Barbados because we represented a place that was. Is that what we represent today? I want you to tell the Minister of Finance that he has a responsibility to every Barbadian to do what it takes. Restore the flexi time for the police force. Give the police force the resources. I am just about out of time. But, you know, the police force does not have proper uniforms for all of its officers. The uniforms having holes and they can't afford to replace them. The Royal Barbados Police Force cannot practice with live rounds because there's a shortage of ammunition. They don't have proper notebooks. And then, you know, it's a chain. Because if they can't do their work properly, then the court system itself can't function properly on the information that they provide. And if the court system doesn't function properly because of that, then the entire system of justice collapses. And so I think I've delivered as much as I can in these few minutes. I want you to stay with us. I want you to get your friends and brothers and sisters to sign the petition. The name Barbados Labour Party does not appear on that petition. It is a petition for all right-thinking Barbadians who want to send a message. And that message must be sent from today. Good afternoon and God bless you.
Thank you, Dale. Just need to remind you again, those of you who have not already signed the petition, there's a tent to my left. Please go and make sure you affix your signature. And you can also sign with those persons who are moving around through the crowd to show your support for what is but a just cause. Just recently, I was following the international news, and I saw a most despicable recording of a lady giving birth to a child on a lawn outside of a hospital. I saw, and it was not a movie. This was actually a news report. A young lady giving birth on the lawn outside of a hospital. In the same news item, another young lady was also seen giving birth, but this time she may have been a little bit more fortunate than the previous mother. She was actually making her way inside of the hospital. And this happened in Mexico. And the reason advanced for this sordid state of affairs was the breakdown in their healthcare system. And I know that Barbadians will say, what a horrible thing, but that can't happen here. And I say to you, take it easy, take it easy. For there was a time when Barbadians may have said that things in Haiti are bad and those Haitians need help. But today, you can see reports where Haiti is painted in a more positive light than Barbados. Don't say it cannot happen here. We are not poo-pooing what happens in those places. But I'm only saying to you, we have to guard against those things happening here. And if you have a QEH, where people now have to take their own toilet tissue, you know it is bad, and those things are creeping in. And if you have a state of affairs where the pharmaceutical companies are saying, well, no money, no medication. Ladies and gentlemen, these things may not be too far away. And if you are a concerned Barbadian and you care about what is happening to this country, you must get up and make your voices heard. You must. Do not go to bed saying it cannot happen here. Be on your guard. Speak to those persons who might still be in a little doubt, and let them know the country demands of them that they stand up and be counted. I will introduce a young man who not only knows about the goings on at the QEH, a young man who understands it from the inside and the outside. Former Minister of Health, my good friend, Dr. Jerome Walker.
Good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. They told me that this is not a political meeting, so I have to restrain myself. But however, I see a large number of faces familiar to me in a color that I like. And I must tell you, good evening, comrades. And this evening, it is about a serious matter. It is about expressing our disapproval about the management of the affairs of this country, and in particular, the management of the Ministry of Finance by the Minister of Finance. And this evening, I am going to focus on health. And I do so because, indeed, it was the mantra of this present government after the election in 2008 that they were concerned about building a society and not necessarily an economy. We argued that it was impossible to speak about building a society without paying attention to the management of the economy. And you will hear about this later today. But I am saying that if you intend to build a society, you must care about the provision of health care to the citizens of that society. And so, if you are going through the worst conditions, you should ensure that if one area is protected, it is the health of the citizens of your country. And if you want to specify the health of the young and the health of the old, the builders of that society. And so I wonder what could have possessed our current Minister of Finance when he was preparing his last budget to look at health and indeed the QEH. We know he is arrogant. We know he is pompous. We know he is callous. But doesn't he have grandparents? Doesn't he have children? Doesn't he have godchildren? To understand the importance of providing adequate health care to the citizens of this country. And if he understood those things, how could he find it within his heart to speak glibly about reducing the budget of the QEH by $35 million over 19 months, when we have heard the CEO of the hospital say repeatedly that the hospital as it stands is underfunded by $25 to $30 million per year. Underfunded, unable to provide basic services. And this is not me, this is not politics. This is the hospital. The QEH document prepared by the QEH for submission to government. The QEH program budget document for the financial year 2013 to 2014. And on page 9, the QEH is telling you about the challenges it faces. And this document would have been seen by the Minister of Health and indeed the officials in the Ministry of Finance. And on the resource allocation problems, the QEH tells you that there are challenges to sustain current levels of clinical and diagnostic services. They're telling you this in March of this year. They say there are inadequate resources directed at materials processes, including preventative maintenance. And most importantly, they are telling you in March of this year, gross inadequacy of financial resources for basic medical supplies. Now, what sort of madness would have possessed a Minister of Finance with this sort of information coming from your main healthcare institution to say there will be a cut of $35 million over 19 months? Isn't that madness? Doesn't he understand the current situation at the hospital, where there are shortages of bandages, hand towels, detergents, and I'm not speaking about medical or clinical supplies, toilet paper you heard the chairman speak about, sheets in some cases. And for a Minister of Finance, in the face of all of this, to callously and with insensitivity cut that budget allocation by $35 million. You saw recently the issue of shortage of drugs, the pharmacy. And this evening I'm not speaking about high-sounding and expensive medication. That list, there were some 57 items were out of stock. Wouldn't blow away. Out of stock. And then we had the acting CEO, who is very well paid, speaking about sometimes there's a shortage of drugs because the companies don't have them. On the front page of the memo, it said that these drugs are not out of stock locally, but are being withheld by the suppliers, Collins Limited, Biocar Limited, Bryden Stokes, Pharmacy Sales, Armstrong Healthcare, pending payment of outstanding monies. And this is over $20 million owed to these companies. And let us look at some of these drugs. In a government that is concerned about building this great society. Lasix. Many of you know Lasix. Commonly, the doctor tells you you have a bit of fluid in your lungs, your feet are swollen, you have mild heart failure. You need Lasix. Can you imagine in a main tertiary institution in 2013, Lasix to save that poor person with heart failure, out of stock, unavailable, and the QH is going to be cut in terms of its budget? Do you think that the Minister of Finance can be serious? And you have the Minister of Health assuring Barbadians not to panic. I don't want you to panic, but I want you to know what is going on at that institution. Water for injection. I don't have to explain this. Water for injection to dilute the medication that is being given to persons. Water for injection. Sterile water in little bottles. Jerry, you're familiar with it. Out of stock. Water for injection. And we talk about Barbados and the chronic non-communicable diseases. And we have the minister speaking and in the throne speech about the focus on chronic non-communicable diseases and how diabetes and hypertension are the scourge of our nation. And in the hospital, Diamicron, basic doublet for people with diabetes, out of stock. And most horrendous, Humulin insulin, 70/30, out of stock. Now this didn't begin this year. This shows a constant attack on the healthcare services of this country by the present Minister of Finance. I think many of you will remember in his first budget, he spoke and introduced the draconian cuts to the Barbados Drug Service, which we argued across the length and breadth of this country that those cuts would have deleterious consequences on the health status of our natives, especially our elderly folk. Those cuts were introduced by the same Minister of Finance. So it's a progressive attack by him on the provision of health care in this country. And I go to this because yesterday morning, I saw a photo of a colleague of mine and a friend of mine speaking at the, we used to call it Sherburne, the Erskine Sandyford Complex, I believe it is called now, where the QEH, in answer to all of these issues, held a window dressing PR exercise. And one Mr. Tony Harris was delivering the grim news that there were about 49 strokes in Barbados occurring every month. Significantly, he said, and I want to quote him absolutely correct, that Barbadians are at a rate of 49 per month, which is an increase from about 3 years ago. And when the draconian measures were introduced, we argued, and I certainly argued, that in terms of persons who could not afford to pay the fee, the handling fee to the pharmacy, that they would not take their medication. They would not get it, and that we would have an increase in a rise in the occurrence of the complications of uncontrolled hypertension and diabetes. Here we have the QH in its window dressing episode admitting that 49 strokes per month is an increase over the last 3 years. I would like someone to disprove it, to tell me that there has been no link in this country between the increasing number of strokes occurring among Barbadian citizens since the introduction of these draconian drug service measures than occurred before. I leave it to them. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. But I go on, because there are other fundamental issues of concern. And in terms of strokes, in terms of diabetes, I'm speaking about the elderly citizens, the builders of this society. But when we could see last week on the front page of the Daily Nation, the pediatricians in the hospital expressing concern about the life of babies in this country. And it is not the first time. Last year in July, there were concerns about the lack of ventilators. And indeed, the hospital disputed then that babies had died as a result. They can still dispute it, but there's a God above. This year, they bought a few ventilators, but the ventilators do not work by themselves. They need to be connected to the babies, to the infants. They have not purchased those. And the minister is saying not to panic. He is committed, and the government is committed to providing adequate health care. And we have the suppliers of the basic pieces of equipment saying, good morning, Mr. Grandison. This is in the procurement at the QH. We have received, and thank you for 2 orders as mentioned, which were requested with a high degree of urgency at the end of August 2013. This is now October. They requested these things with urgency. As usual, we entered your orders immediately and have them ready for shipment since the end of August. We wrote, to mention the name of the person, a couple of times requesting the transfer of payment, but he recommended to us that we should contact you. In other words, order the equipment, recognize the urgency, recognize the need for the equipment in terms of the preservation of the life of infants in this country. And 2 months later, we have the head of the pediatric intensive care unit, and we have Dr. St. John speaking and warning doctors to advise the Medical Protection Society that they are not able to provide the best of possible care to children under their guard, under their treatment. Do you understand? And they tell you that they were wanted to build a society and not an economy. And with absolutely little or no regard for the health of the builders of the society, or indeed for the infants in the society. And they tell you that they are interested in pathways to progress. And I go further. Obviously, I have unlimited time. I go further. We've heard about the Klebsiella outbreak, the infection, the scourge in the hospital, not to panic. They've installed PAHO guidelines, hand sanitizers on the corridors outside every ward. And there is nothing in them. And this government specializes in this. Specializes in this. The art of deception. You were told to control this infection, you must wash your hands, use the sanitizers before entering the ward. And go on the corridors of the QH and find 2 of them that have the bactericidal in them. They are all empty. And they tell you not to panic. And in the face of this, the Minister of Finance could come and say that he will be cutting the budget by $35 million. Do you understand? If you could not provide bactericidals before the cut, what will happen in terms of the Klebsiella outbreak in the hospital? This is a government, this is a minister that cares about health care in this country, or indeed in the society. And only this morning, you would have seen page 3 of the Daily Nation, where persons are saying that a gentleman was involved in a motor vehicle accident and the ambulance took about an hour to arrive. And we know for the longest time in Barbados there are 2 ambulances being operated by the government ambulance services. For from the beginning of the year, the minister promised you, the minister then, as he was Minister Innes, that he had ordered 4 ambulances. That was 8 months ago. Are they coming from Mars? But you know what? You know what? There was an election in February. Sorry about that. An election in February. A change in the person who headed the Ministry of Health. Ambulances that are needed urgently. Do you believe that the order was stopped because the minister wanted another entity to tender? Well, I didn't know that was how ministers did it. You stop an order because you probably want another entity to be included. Well, it has gone. We have been told now that ambulances have been ordered and they will be here shortly. I don't know how shortly that will be. What I do know is that we had started a process of decentralization of the ambulance services. And we felt that you needed to put some in the north, some in the east, to reduce that response time. And again, all I am saying that is needed if you want to build this society. But it cannot be done in the face of draconian cuts to the health service, and in particular, the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And ladies and gentlemen, what I am saying, I think it is clear that you can see why we are here to express our disapproval of the management of the affairs of the Ministry of Finance by the current occupant of that ministry. And we have therefore moved a motion of no confidence against him, and we ask for your support. I thank you and good evening.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Ian Gadinagel. I'm co-chairing this meeting with Brother Tyrone Level. It is a wonderful thing to see so many of you here in Queen's Park. And I want to encourage all of you on the other side to come forward, come and fill the spaces within. Because this is a wonderful crowd for an occasion, ladies and gentlemen, that means a lot to you, your children, and your children's children. This is an important event, an occasion where, for love of country, we have to send a very clear message to the government that enough is enough. And you cannot allow the people of Barbados to continue to suffer in the ways that they're suffering, ladies and gentlemen. It is an opportunity for us to send that very clear message, a very clear signal, that for love of country, they shall exit the scene. You heard Comrade Walcott speaking to you on the many issues in the healthcare sector. And you would not have believed, ladies and gentlemen, that you're living in Barbados in 2013 when you hear the litany of woes associated with the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in particular. Healthcare is broken, but it's not the only part of government that is broken, ladies and gentlemen. Government's economic program has failed and it is completely broken. And I say to you that fortunately for us in this country, we have a number of individuals, talented persons, some of whom are members of this Barbados Labour Party, and those persons who are willing, ready, and capable of bringing a program to you, a program that would continue to distinguish itself between economic stewardship and economic collapse, ladies and gentlemen. And I say to you that our next speaker has a proven record in the management of economic and financial affairs in this country. You would have seen him week after week, writing in the newspaper, giving excellent commentary, above any other commentary coming from the other side. He's worked to help this Barbados, to help build Barbados. He's demonstrated over a period of time the continual failings of the government's economic program. He's a good man, a proud citizen of Barbados. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Clyde Maskell.
Yeah. Hi, good Miss Lowe, how are you? The chickens have come home to roost. And people, we are at a very serious juncture in Barbados because this administration, which is easily the worst ever in this country, has carried us down. In 2007, things appeared to be getting worse, and they were discussed by the government at the time. There was a change in government. But no one in Barbados, whether you are a member of a household, whether you are a businessman, whether you are a public sector worker or a private sector worker, you are worse off now than you were in the year 2007. Today, we therefore come to bring to you the facts that what we are currently experiencing in Barbados is a direct consequence of the incompetence of the government and not any international recession. it doesn't mean that one cannot attribute some of what we have been experiencing to the international environment. But what has happened in the last 5 years is a bunch of missteps on the part of this current administration, to the extent that the only country in the Caribbean and Latin America that is not expected to grow economically this year and next year is Barbados. Now, you're intelligent. If the international environment were responsible for everything we did in Barbados, why is it that all the other countries are going to experience growth, but Barbados will now be alone? And this, by the way, is embarrassing. Because not too long ago, the people in the Caribbean looked to Barbados for leadership. And that was when the likes of the Prime Minister Owen Arthur went through the region and gained the respect of all and sundry for taking a small country and, in the words of Kofi Annan, allowing it to punch above its weight. Well, we are now punching way below our weight. And it is a direct consequence of the appointments of individuals. Trevor, Eastman, give me peace. That's my friend. No, I don't want everyone to give me peace. I can hear him very loudly here. Now, the thing is this. We were punching above our weight. And then it was taken for granted that anyone could be a minister of finance. And they chose an individual who is a liar by nature. And we all know it. He tells lies every day for his supper. And I can afford to say it because he did it to me. And therefore, I am not surprised to learn, in fact, I told you so, that Sinclair doesn't have the skills to be a minister of finance. But we in this country, we confuse the ability of an individual to come on a platform like this and shout into the mic. And we believe that because you can speak loudly, that you are indeed a competent and professional politician. Well, it's not about that. I can tell you, all and sundry have been hurting. Workers in this country have not had an increase in salary, certainly in the public sector, since the year 2007. But prices have risen. Food prices have skyrocketed. The electricity rate has gone up. The water rate has gone up. Insurance has gone up. Cost of transportation has gone up. Barbadians are hurting, and you need to admit that you're hurting in this current environment. I don't care who you are. I saw an individual on my television recently lamenting about the circumstances in Barbados. And if you reflect, only 2 or 3 years ago, he was making profit. And there's nothing wrong with profit. In fact, businesses should be encouraged to make profit because countries can only benefit when countries create wealth. And wealth creation is important for all of us if we want to advance in life. But let me congratulate the private sector, because the sector has kept Barbadians employed under very difficult circumstances when they were making losses, when people could not spend. And this is simple. An economy is just about spending, people. If I don't get a salary increase, I don't have money to spend. But worse, if the government taxes my allowances, if the government taxes my income, if the government increases the VAT rate, if the government imposes higher excise taxes, If the government increases taxation in the absence of an increase in income, you can only be worse off. I don't care who you are. Whether you are from the heights and terraces, or the middle income categories, or in the ghetto, you are all worse off in Barbados as a result of this administration, and you know it is true. But the deceit comes when people say that this side does not have solutions. In fact, during the last election, solutions were advanced from the platforms of the Barbados Labour Party in the interests of Barbadians. We told you that the only way that an economy can grow is if people have money in their pockets. That's what we told you. That is not rocket science. I know what I'm talking about, because I was raised in a very large family. So I understand what it is to have additional income and extra income. In fact, I have a mother who I regard as one of the greatest economists on the face of the earth. She died, but she fed several of us with little. In this environment, lots of Barbadians who thought they were on course to becoming welfare have now seen themselves and this country set back by over 10 years under this current administration. There's no doubt about it. But it gets worse. It really does get worse. A government decides that it is going to tax you to the hilt. You complain bitterly, yet you found a way to put them back in power. And you were told during the last election that things were not so bad. In fact, we heard a lot of talk about who is going to privatize what, and when, and where. We heard an individual, this same Minister of Finance, went to the public of Barbados and said that he is in the process of privatizing certain operations like the Transport Board and other entities. And when the opposition took a decision to be mature about the need for discussion of the way forward in this country, that same individual sought to tell the people of Barbados that he was never engaging in such. But he's not the only one, because there is a Prime Minister who sits and chairs the Cabinet of Barbados, who participates in discussion. And then when a Minister of Finance comes and introduces measures, he comes on the backside and says that he does not have a clue about what he's saying. Yet he is the chairman of cabinet. Understand, people, that right now we are truly hurting. And this kind of response that I'm seeing here today is what we need. But Barbadians are like this. Only when they begin to feel the full pressure and weight do they respond. That is our nature. And we are also about giving a man a chance, even when he's incompetent. So we know, we have the evidence to know that the Minister of Finance from his first budget is incompetent. If you told the minister, or if you gave the minister a figure of $2,436,429,236 to pronounce, the minister cannot pronounce it. And we all know it. It's a fact. He cannot pronounce it. In fact, you will have to write out those numbers in words for him to be able to do it. But he's boastful. He's pompous. And I'll talk about what he has recently done. This character, under pressure, a leader of the opposition, in the interest of Barbadians, brings a no confidence vote or resolution against him. And he deserves it, by the way. He is incompetent, by the way. He is incapable, by the way. And his response is to tell the leader of the opposition, walk down Broad Street naked. What a character he is. But let me say this to you people, because I take this thing very seriously, by the way, and I always did. because the condition that we're in is such that we are not only mismanaging our affairs at home, where perhaps we can be forgiven, but imagine a government of Barbados going to the international market to raise a bond and having to withdraw that bond because the people of the world no longer regard Barbados as a sacred place in which it can invest. This has never happened to us as a people. In fact, we are truly proud. And we can be industrious when we want to be. But never before have we gone international and be embarrassed the way we were in recent times. But I want you to understand the implications. Because since that money will not come to our shores, it means that the average businessman who does business with the government will now be under even more pressure. This thing about non-payment of the government started, and we observe it, in September of 2011 when the central bank identified in a board paper that the government was not meeting its commitments. Now, if in September of 2011 that was so, and things have gotten worse in Barbados, can you understand the precarious position that we are in as a government? You may not appreciate it from the economic standpoint, but that is my role, to get you to understand these things. I tried. People say doom and gloom. I tried. People try to give the impression that you're not patriotic. But the truth is, how can you condone a man who is telling lies and condemn a man for speaking the truth? And that's why it is in Barbados. People want to condone a man telling lies, knowing that he is a liar, but yet seeking to condemn others who try to give you the facts and the figures as they are. Well, people, the truth is, the future does not look bright for Barbados. Understand what I'm saying. It doesn't look bright. Because in the absence of being able to raise money on the foreign market, the Central Bank of Barbados is going to have to print more money to put into the economy. That's not a good sign. In the absence of raising a foreign loan, the National Insurance Scheme will be called upon to finance government's expenditure even more in the coming months. In the absence of raising the foreign loan, commercial banks who have already expressed little or no appetite for government securities may be called upon to hold even greater levels of reserves with the central bank. Now, let me explain. When a commercial bank has deposits, the central bank, through government policy, tells the commercial bank that it has to hold some percentage of its deposits at the central bank. Those deposits are held in government securities. Recently, when the government decided that it wants the credit unions to put its deposits with the commercial banks, the government was in fact trying to force the credit unions to put that money there so that the commercial banks' deposits will be bigger, and the government, as a result, would have even greater amounts of government securities. It was not to protect you. It was not to make you feel secure. It was that this government, incompetent as it is, was seeking to find other ways of financing the foolishness like David Thompson football. David Thompson never played football in his life. David Thompson never played a game of cricket in his life. In fact, David Thompson's major sport was watching creative dancing. That's a fact. I can tell you what I know. So how is it that all of a sudden we are going to honor David Thompson in the area of sports, something that this man never did? In fact, the closest Thompson went to playing cricket was being an umpire, and he didn't understand the rules. He never played. But we are now using money to do foolishness. using money to stop Barbadians' creativity in the different areas across this country where we would have had communities engaging in summer camps for years. We did it in my community. In fact, we had a summer camp for cricket among the primary schools in St. Michael Northwest. It didn't take any government money. So why is it now that in this present predicament where the government has little or no cash, it is prepared to only engage in political events? Well, people, the time has come. You are now called upon to come forward and let the government know that you're tired. Enough is enough. It is up to you, because the future is about you. Remember, politicians, some of them are not going to be around for so long. Some of them come in on very long coattails when there's need for change of government. And therefore, there are many who now are going to become very vulnerable. But this is not now about B or D, people. This is about putting your country first. Whether or not you feel that you had a right to vote for the Democratic Labour Party in the last election is a matter for you, but that time has gone. You cannot deny the facts that this administration has in fact led us down a garden path. You cannot deny the fact that we have been asked in the last 6 years or so to increase our national debt by more than $4 billion, which would have been more than the OINAFA administration did in the 14-year period between 1994 and 2007. Yet still, if we all agree that there's nothing wrong with a government incurring debt once it is going to invest in physical infrastructure that will encourage the private sector to invest in this country and create jobs, if nothing's wrong with that, why is it that we have a situation in Barbados where you cannot show a new road over the last 6 years for all the debt, where you cannot show a new building for all the national debt? And what has gone wrong? The government has chosen, to mislead this country, to give this country the impression that the way to solve a recession is in fact to encourage people to come and get a job because the government becomes the employer of first resort. Now, mind you, and I want to listen to me carefully on this one. When a government identifies that a recession is coming, the typical response is for the government to engage in some capital works program, like building a road, or building some buildings, or engaging in the development of the coastal area, such that the government can immediately invest a reasonable amount that will, however, be passed on to the private sector to conduct the affairs for them. The reason why that is done so is because that is a one-off discretionary measure on the part of government. If, however, a government believes that it can ignore the traditional approach to recession and instead engage in bringing all kinds of people on board to read words for 2 hours a day, and then they go home, bring all kinds of individuals to be part of the government process that have to be paid, and then when there's difficulty, there's no way politically that you can get rid of those individuals, then you have gone the wrong way in order to inspire confidence in an economy. What you have effectively done is that you have created an environment in which from year to year you have to spend and respend, spend and respend, and that is unsustainable in this environment. So typically people, once you understand how an economy works as a government, you appreciate that what you have to do is to help households, help businesses when there's a recession. So rather than increase taxes, government relieves taxation. Rather than increase own expenditure, government seeks to to let others, households, increase their expenditure. And in doing so, a government will know that when others spend, government can receive more in terms of revenue. People, it is not rocket science, but we are at this juncture because this government is easily the worst government ever in the history of Barbados. Thank you.
Well done, Clyde. I almost thought we wouldn't be able to get him off the platform. A wonderful job. And when I tell you that the Barbados Labour Party has been vindicated from the quality of speeches here this afternoon, you can be rest assured that you have a group of men and women within the Barbados Labour Party prepared to advance the cause and to take us from where we are and take us to the place where you know we are capable of doing, that is to make this country a better place. Because this is for love of country, ladies and gentlemen. But our next speaker, on the last occasion, faced up squarely against the Minister of Finance. And he's here this afternoon to also lend his support for love of country. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Gregory Nichols.
A pleasant good evening to you, beautiful people of Barbados. Clyde has just told you that this is easily the worst government that we have ever had. But what Clyde did not tell you, it is also the most dumpsy government that the people of Barbados have had to suffer through. And if you want to get a proper perspective of where Barbados stands internationally and what we face as a country going through what is happening, you just have to go back to 1976 and look at the second term of Michael Manley's government in Jamaica. And I have had reason to go back to that period in the Caribbean history because we are facing the same set of circumstances that Jamaica faced before it took a irreversible plunge. This country cannot go on the international market to finance or refinance its debt. They tell us, go back. We are not interested. But we have some purveyors of snake oil like Sinclair and Dovelinis every night on the television, up and down the length of the country. If they're not telling you that the marina can build downtown, they tell you that the Empire Theater can be rebuilt, all of a new sugar factory, all of these things. They don't have money to buy Clorox to give maids in the public service. And it is time that Barbados rallies together and say to the Democratic Labour Party, enough is enough. You know why the economy in Grenada was not growing for the last 3 or 4 years and is growing this year and will grow next year? It is the same reason why St. Lucia's economy will grow this year and will grow next year. And Jamaica's economy will grow this year and will grow next year. The people changed the government. But they came with their snake oil tactics. The gimmick with the transport board, the lady on the bus. All the buses break down and people can't get home or get to work or get to school. This is a dire situation. And we take no pride in the Barbados Labour Party in coming to you at this time. But we want the government to tell us the truth. We want the government to sit down with the country and tell us why it is that the Minister of Finance must tell lie after lie in relation to the failed road trip that he and the central bank governor went on. Now, he tells you the reason why the bond issue failed was because that there was a shutdown in the American federal government. But the government opened back in America. He going back and float this bond again? No. Nobody in the international climate is interested in investing in junk. And when we told you so last year, they said, don't mind Standard & Poor's. Moody's followed after. When Moody's says so, man, no, downgrade is nothing. There is no other economy in the Western Hemisphere who is rated as junk. None. But this is a dumpsy government because we swap the brains that Clyde Maskell and Owen Arthur and that team, we swap kings for common men. A bunch of wild boys. Because all Jones can tell you that somebody head won't cracking, but they can't crack your heads for coming here this evening. We are here because we are interested in getting this little country back on track. And as Clyde said to you, all you have to do is look at our manifesto when we speak about financing healthcare and financing education, because we looked at the same set of circumstances that the Democratic Labour Party looked at, but we didn't tell you things were stable. We told you that the world was going through a prolonged recession, but you need a disciplined hand at the wheel. But these purveyors of snake oil, interested in football, and Guinness and Mackinson and fetting people, this country is going down the drain. And a healthy man does not get a heart attack tomorrow. You develop the conditions over a period of time, and then you drop down with a heart attack. Barbados is at its worst state. You go through Bridgetown, nobody in town. Nobody's in town. And I have just got news that a colleague of mine in the legal profession was just beaten very savagely, alighting from her car in her own garage at her own home. This is the dire state at which this country has come under the leadership of Frondell Stewart. And when you have a man as dumpsy as Chris Sinkler running the Ministry of Finance, because I only have a limited time, and I will share with you some things about Sinkler on another occasion. But when you think about what he has been doing to this country as a Minister of Finance, he tells you $300 million gone in foreign exchange in 3 months. And the reason he gives is because people have lost confidence in the country. A Minister of Finance should say that. He doesn't know any better. But we want you to sign this petition and let the Democratic Labour Party know the sweet life and the fatted calf that they have been enjoying for the last 6 years in this country has to come to an end. Good evening, and God bless all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gregory. Moving the show along. You know, you have to thank the Barbados Labour Party as well. Otherwise, you would have been paying $3 in bus fare. Because when the Barbados Labour Party broke the news, we put them on the back foot. Because they wanted to know how we got the information and why is it that we have done so. But we have a vested interest to help you, the people of Barbados. With all the taxes they have imposed upon you, ladies and gentlemen, how could they have come to you and done such a thing? And I say to you, we will speak. We shall not be silenced, ladies and gentlemen, because our mission is for love of country. And I say to you, don't be distracted. Don't be distracted by yesterday's events that they're saying to you that some 1,500 jobs will be created. Nonsense, ladies and gentlemen. You have the question they should ask, why is couples leaving Barbados? That is the question they should ask. And it's not me who should be asking the question. or not me who should be answering the question. The government of Barbados should be telling the people why is it that couples elected to leave Barbados and why there was a last-minute rush to hustle a deal together to effectively sell property that they don't own. But we will deal with that. But there will be no 1,500 jobs because you have 336 people employed at Casuarina site, known as couples or known as couples sandals now. And the staffing levels there will go no more than 350. So you're not going to create any more new jobs in that environment. And you're certainly at Almond Beach Village. You say the Almond Beach Village? They don't employ 1,500. They never employ 1,500 people there. At maximum occupancy, they employed about 615, ladies and gentlemen. Subtract 615 from the 1,500 jobs they propose, and you ask them, where are you going to produce the remaining of the jobs, ladies and gentlemen? But it goes to show that because the Barbados Labour Party filed a motion of no confidence in the minister, they elected to put their PR machinery at work and come to confuse you, to tell you that 1,500 jobs will be created. Well, tell them that you came here and you heard the Barbados Labour Party making the point that at couples, they have 335 jobs, and they will not go to any more than 350. And Alma Beach, at maximum capacity, will employ about, give them 650 maximum if you don't have any outsourcing. And you recall when they sent home, the workers, how many they sent home? Over 500. So we give them a very conservative figure. So don't mind the public relations. Don't mind the distraction, ladies and gentlemen. They have a lot to answer. And the failed bonus too. And more of that will be coming shortly. Because when they were telling you that they can raise $250 million US and get the Barbados 21 and 22 bonds extended, they had other countries in the marketplace who got through. And one major entity with a connection in Barbados went to the market and got more money than them. So they really have to come good, but we shall produce the information at a later date to keep you informed. But ladies and gentlemen, we have another speaker, a very dynamic and passionate speaker, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, the incumbent MP for the constituency of St. James Central. Ladies and gentlemen, the man you've known for a long time. He's never afraid to tell you what he has to tell you, ladies and gentlemen. And he's never afraid to put the facts to you, the people of Barbados. I say to you, welcome Kerry Simmons.
A pleasant good evening to you, Labour Party people, friends of the Labour Party, Barbadians, loyal Barbadian sons and daughters all. We are here this evening, as they said in a song when I was about 6 years old, to join hands and show we love Barbados. And the purpose of this meeting, comrades and friends, is very simple. We in the Labour Party have come to the point where we draw a line in the sand. We send a signal to the government that enough is enough. And we ask you to sign, to give your support, to send a further signal to Fronders Stewart that obnoxious bloke who now controls and mismanages the economy of Barbados must go. Simple. That's what this is about. And comrades, let me say to you early in this little innings that I have been asked about, that this Labour Party is the oldest political institution in the Eastern Caribbean. We ain't now come down. We understand that elections have consequences. We understand an election took place 8 months ago and that there must be a victor and a loser and that we come out on the losing side. There's no problem with that. This transcends that. So don't let Don Villeneuve and the rest of them come and bamboozle you about how this is about some victory for the Labour Party. Nothing so. This has nothing to do with any aftermath of the election. Nothing so. This is about your having seen and experience the pain and the suffering that is being inflicted on you by what is arguably the most incompetent as well as obnoxious Minister of Finance this country has ever seen, and that he must go along what part he come from. And if there's anything else that comes out of this evening, my friends, it is that we indicate to Friend Stewart that if he can't find or does not possess the testicles, what in other less polite circumstances people might refer to as the balls, man, to rein in that political disgrace he has for a finance minister, then this country will do it for him. Now, I need to tell you as well that they want this no confidence motion to be debated on Tuesday. And as usual, the Labour Party will be ready when called upon. I have, in my capacity as he who has been asked to lead the opposition's business in Parliament, written to the Speaker to request that that debate be telecast live. And I have done so because it is important for you not only to sign the dotted line this evening, as you're doing, as I understand it, in thousands, but you must also be able to look into the lens of the camera and see those people who represent constituencies in Barbados and determine for yourself whether they have stood up in defense of the pain you feel or whether they have stood up in the defense of the pension they want to get. Because if they defend Sinclair, it is not because they care about you, it is because they care about the pension they want to get out of you. And that is why I'm going to put them on record. That is what this is about. This is about putting some of the Democratic Labour Party, in fact not some, all, on record. It is not good enough for Don Villinis to be loitering in a rum shop in my constituency 2 Sundays ago, leaving around 11 o'clock, 2 hours before it get robbed, and I draw no relationship. And being there cursing Chris Sinclair, saying the worst things about his management of this economy, but then want to stand up in front of the people and say, I support him. Put him on record. We got to call on all of them, Dennis Lowe. I have to call on Stephen Lashley, who up to the day before yesterday would sat in Parliament and said to me, I feel that when all this falls down, I can emerge. But I know he could submerge to the top of the Democratic Labour Party, but I know party emerging too. But these men have to go on record. That's what this is about. And in addition to all of that, this is about drawing a line in the sand to save this country. And comrades, I want you to understand, ladies and gentlemen, Barbados is being put first in this. Over the last few months, me and I and the rest of the team have gone to every private sector entity in this country virtually. We have met with the public service transport people. We have met with the vendors. And we didn't do this in secret. The program is called Rubbing Shoulders. And every single Friday, you see us. We met with the water sport operators. We met with the manufacturers. We have met with all and sundry, the hoteliers, the farmers, the people who work in the factories. And we have heard the same thing from every sector we went to. That Barbados is at breaking point and the people of Barbados can take this pain no more. That is why you have to sign, to send the signal. But beyond that, we have also been meeting with people and institutions whose duty it is to sit in the international arena and make an objective assessment of Barbados' economic performance. And I have told you before, and I say again, and I think Mayor's told you, and she will say again, we pledge that we will do nothing to further the panic. We will do nothing to further the harm that is being inflicted on this country. But we have a duty as well, as a responsible opposition, to say to you that which your Prime Minister stubbornly refuses to tell you. And we have to call on the Governor of the Central Bank, because the third quarter is up, but we can't get the third quarter report. He must open his mouth to speak and say to you that which his Minister of Finance and his Prime Minister refuse to say to you. Because you must know that the position of Barbados economically today, on the 19th of October, ladies and gentlemen, is far worse than it was on the 13th of August when Chris Sinclair delivered his budget. We are running out of time as a country, we are running out of space, and we are running out of opportunities to make the drastic change that Barbados needs to make if we are to preserve the standard of living, the value of that which we hold dear. This is a time for all Barbadians to put their position clearly on the dotted line, because 3 to 6 months from now, this country may not look like what it looked like today. And we are very clear that we have that responsibility to you, and that is why we have come here. Not for love of Labour Party, not for aftermath of the election success, but for the protection of Barbados and all that Barbadians hold dear. And ladies and gentlemen, let me also say from this place that you have to understand what we are fighting against. When I tell you it is incompetence in high places, I mean it. In that budget that just passed on the 13th of August, Chris Sinclair told this country that there was an urgent need to turn tourism around in Barbados. Is that not true? And he introduced a policy of reduced value-added tax for direct tourism services. You remember that? But that was 2 months ago. To this day, Chris Sinclair is unable to define for anybody who should benefit under that policy what is a direct tourism service. So why then do we bring a no-confidence motion? We bring a no-confidence motion in defense of the water sports operators who feel, and legitimately so, that they should be treated as a direct tourism service and benefit from the VAT reduction, but the government cannot tell them whether or not they are entitled to benefit. We bring it on behalf of the tour operators who feel, and legitimately so, that they should be able to benefit too, but the government cannot tell them, in spite of having placed it on the law of Barbados, whether or not they are to benefit from the VAT relief. We bring the motion in defense, ladies and gentlemen, of the restaurateurs. We bring it in defense of the taximen, in defense of all those entities out there involved in tourism, who today stand in complete confusion as to what tax they should pay or should not pay, how they plan their financial future, what they can and cannot afford to do, what investments they may or may not make, because an incompetent and blundering buffoon stands presiding over the ill fortunes of this country. And we say enough is enough. Owen Alpha did not run Barbados so. Erskine Sandiford, bad as he was, did not run Barbados so. Bernard St. John, Tom Adams, Erbar, none of them. But this man has diminished the reputation and standing of this country. And it gets worse. It gets worse. I was totting up as I was there talking with some of the gentlemen waiting to speak about the promises that Chris Sinclair has made to you that cannot be honored, that will never be honored under his watch. But what are they? We cannot trust Chris Sinkler to manage an economy in which he tell you one day that there is going to be a $600 million stimulus package, and then the next month tell you that there has to be a $400 million cut. Because there's $1 billion between the two positions. And only a man who is a buffoon and can't count, or somebody who has gone mad, and I presume him to be sane, could come up with $1 million difference over one financial policy. And he goes further. He told you last October that he gonna build an $800 million hospital. You remember that? And of course, Don Villinis, who was up under him then, and tight Don Villinis cursing in October last year, now that Don Will sniff little power and feel that he could get rid of Sinkler short in one go is a different deal. All Don Will could tell you is yes, the hospital can build. He can't even tell you where. When the journalists ask him where it will be built, he said it will be built in Barbados. That's a fact. I am not making this thing up. This is serious stuff. They said to you, Chris Sinkler has said in his budget that he is going to build a $500 million sugarcane factory. Now, I don't know where he's getting that from, but I do know that he's planning to build a $500 million factory, $500 million of your money and mine, for a harvest that is 17,000 tons. The lowest in the history of Barbados' existence, but the most expensive factory to be found anywhere in the Caribbean. Making sense only to Chris Sinkler. That is why you have to sign the dotted line. He tell you that he want to build a cruise spare for $350 million. This man talks as though he got money to just pick up a peltway, as though he poops it out. He said that he wants to go to Four Seasons, and he went and spent, and you need to know this, he went and spent already $120 million of your money in our Four Seasons. Huh? Can you trust Chris Sinkler to preside over your financial future? I can't hear you. Can you trust Chris Sinkler? Not satisfied. Well, I tell you about the cane factory already. I must tell you, they want a marina. And I don't know how expensive the marina is going to be, but I know the drawings have been done for $40 million. $4 million to do drawings, if you please, not a brick or a piece of mortar. According to my count, we are already at $2 billion. And this man, he is on a tear. He has to be reined in. And then we come to the absurdity about Ammon. And let me just say very quickly to you about Ammon. I don't know about you, but I am not party to any deal that will see Ammon bought for $100 million, your money spent, then to spend more of your money to lick it down, and then spend $500 million of your money to build it back up again. And there is that disorder and absurdity that we got to get rid of Chris Sinkler for, because the government that told you on Friday that they now can give you 15,000 jobs, or how much ever support, 1,500, come out of this deal. That government has not yet bought Ammon. But they are saying that they're in a position to lease to but short. They are going to lease to a third party something that they do not yet own. No, you can't move in a body house and say you come to rent. And then the next week, the body looking at you writing up a conveyance, and they say, what's that you doing there? I selling you house. But you cannot sell or you cannot lease that which you don't own. A principle of law. Nemo dat non quod habet. A man cannot give that which he does not have. But there is a level of disorder bordering on political madness in this country that allows the Democratic Labour Party to abandon all precepts of good governance in the name of doing what they feel like in Barbados because they feel Barbados belongs to them and you are too docile people to do anything. Sign your name on the dotted line. Signal to them that enough is enough. I want you to say it again. Enough is enough. One more time. Enough is enough. Let us go forward together as a country, Barbados, and rescue ourselves from the Stuart, Chris Sinclair, and the Democratic Labour Party. Thank you.
On the note in which Kerry ended, he said, Owen Arthur, ladies and gentlemen. Owen Arthur. Owen Seymour Arthur.
A very good evening to all of you. And I want to thank all of you for coming out to support this program of the Barbados Labour Party. I speak to you this evening conscious of the weight of history. Queen's Park has been the venue for some of the most important speeches and events in the history of Barbados. It was here that Sir Grantley Adams came in 1948 when he put himself and Barbados on the map by addressing the League of Nations and bring Barbados to the attention of the world. Queen's Park will be remembered for Errol Barr's speech, "What mirror image do you have of yourself?" And I believe that when the history of Barbados comes to be written, it will be said that on this day, the 20th of October 2013, a moment of history was attained. There comes a time in a democracy when the people have to take back their country. That time comes when you have a government that is duly elected, but a government that is unfit to govern. And I've come this evening with that message to you. We are here because the government is unfit to govern. Our democracy depends upon there being a bond of trust between those who govern and those who are governed. It is a contract. You must be able to take the government at its word. And when the government asks you for a mandate, it must be serious about what it is asking you for. Elections have meaning and they must have consequences. And a government becomes unfit to govern when they ask you, the people, for a mandate to govern and then immediately disavows everything, every basis upon which it has asked you to vote for them. Today, this evening, there is a dangerous disconnection in this country. The last time I had an opportunity to speak in Carlisle Car Park, I told you that the mission of the next administration of the Barbados Labour Party will have to be to stop our country from becoming a failed society. Historically, when people in the Caribbean spoke about failed societies, they had Haiti in mind. And we used to laugh at Haiti. I remember the Trinidadian novelist Naipaul was once asked, what is the future of the Caribbean? He said, the Caribbean future is Haiti, because a cynic like him did not believe that we could make it. I ask you not to take lightly the notion that a society can fail. I speak to you not from an abstract position. I lived in Jamaica. And I saw what can happen to a good country when it is put on a path of prolonged decline. Between 1974 and 1979, Jamaica was going through exactly what we're going through now. And when a society starts to fail, it takes a generation to bring it back, and sometimes it does not come back. And when I spoke to you in Carlisle Car Park, it was to sound a warning. This country was on a course to failure. And this is not something that happened overnight. The bond of trust between the government and the government is broken when a government that has been in power for 5 years wants you to believe that all of the problems that now is confronting it, they just discovered them. And we've been warning you and warning you and warning you for 4 years. The government is on the wrong course, the wrong policies, the wrong place, the wrong time. And it is not just about the economy now. We were telling you the economy is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Government is spending what it does not have. I know it is not just about the economy. The things that have made Barbados what it is, a good society in which to live, is the investment that has been made by our patriot leaders in our health care and education. We aspired and reached the stage of being the world's smallest developed country, not on the GDP, but on our health care and education and the training of our people. And those that are the things that are at peril today. This country used to be a model of stability. Now, people are living and cowering in fear in their home. That the hopelessness that has swept this country is so profound that violence now stalks our land. Barbados, people, take back your country. Do not let this society fail. I have come here this evening to support and to let Mayor Motley know how strongly I support the no confidence motion that she's been before our party. And let me say this without being arrogant or immodest. I know what it is to bring no confidence motion before a parliament to remove a government that was not fit to govern. And Mayor Motley, and to you, the people of the Barbados Labour Party, and to all Barbados, I say to you that the case that Mayor Motley is bringing now to move a no confidence motion is really stronger than the case that I brought. And why do I say that? Chris Sinclair said in Parliament that the problem with the economy is a loss of confidence at home. He went abroad to borrow $1.3 billion, and there is no confidence in Barbados abroad. So it is no confidence in Barbados at home by the admission of Chris Sinclair. And there is no confidence in Barbados government abroad by the actions of the international financial community. What is left to a serious opposition to tell the country through our parliament what the rest of the world is telling us? And you know, Chris Sinclair is in a position. I have to look at my watch, man. We got it. Oh. Chris Sinclair is in a position where he was being put by David Thompson. Not because David Thompson believed really in his heart of heart that Chris Sinclair could manage the financial affairs of this country. He has no experience from which to draw. He was put there by Thompson in the hope that he would be not financial, to give expression not to his financial acumen, but to his ambitions. And we have paid too heavy a price for the amateur hour that Chris Sinclair has converted the Ministry of Finance and his stewardship into. Chris Sinclair's stewardship as the Minister of Finance has been a series of leaps in the dark. And it is too much. Too much. The people are suffering too much for us to allow a man to remain in a place where he has neither competence nor understanding of what is involved. And that in a way, by bringing that no confidence motion, Mayor Motley is not only mounting a rescue mission on behalf of the country, but she's mounting a rescue mission on behalf of Christopher Sinclair. Rescuing him from things. Everybody used to cite Psalms 137, and Sinclair read it. He said, Lord, my eyes are not lofty, nor are my eyes haughty. Neither do I exercise myself in great matters, nor things that are too high for me. The Ministry of Finance is too high for Chris Sinclair. And in everything he does, he shows it. And it is time for us, and I'm being very serious now, it is time for us to bring back seriousness to the Ministry of Finance. I was the Minister of Finance for 14 years. And I know the overwhelming responsibility that falls on your shoulders when you assume that responsibility. And I was giving Chris Sinclair some advice in the budget debate that he would not heed. It is not by accident that every Prime Minister of Barbados have assumed the responsibility for Ministry of Finance. Because in the Ministry of Finance, you can't negotiate policies with your policies, giving that body a little bit of tidbit, giving Low what he wants, giving that body what they want. The Minister of Finance will hear everything, but at the end of the day, he forms the judgment. And there's a convention in this country. Barrow followed it, Adams followed it, St. John followed it, and I followed it. You hear all the views, but the cabinet sees the budget on the day of the budget because the leader of the country must say this is the judgment not for the party's sake, but for the country's sake. And this is where we're going to go. It needs somebody with real authority to be in charge of our financial affairs. Chris Sinclair doesn't have authority. He has to negotiate with the cabinet. And the reason why there are so many errors in the budget, he had to carry it on the Thursday. They said no to many parts of it. He had to get it in the House by the Monday, and he did not have the time to make the changes that the cabinet wants. And that brings me to the issue that I want to talk to you about. We have to stop this country from becoming a failed society. And there are some things that must be done. Can be done. First of all, it has to start somewhere. The spiral downwards of the Barbados economy must be made to stop. Managing a small society means that there are only a few strategic options that have to be made. As Prime Minister, I did not have to bother about our nuclear weaponry nor our battleships. The few key things that must be done in a small society to keep the country strong and stable, keep doing them and keep doing them better and better and better all the time. And in Barbados' case, as they said in the budget, allow the leading sector to lead. Tourism contributes 15% of our economy directly, and it affects 42% of the rest. So tourism affects almost 60% of our economy. Get the policies for tourism right. Now, it has to be obvious to you that the tourism industry will go under if these things happen. The two things that tourism use that it can't recover the cost of is water and electricity. Not true? And you increase the water rates by 60% and the electricity by 65%. They go straight to tourism bottom line. Then you increase the excise tax by 50% on the things that tourism needs. And then you increase the value-added tax on this sector. And then you increase the property taxes on this sector. And then you ask the tourist industry to discount the prices. So you increase the cost of all of their inputs. Water, electricity, supplies, VAT, property taxes, and then drop the prices. And then, like Billy, you go to Brazil, where no tourists are to be found. And then you are surprised. I will tell the serious people that these problems happen overnight. Now, the mission on which this government is embarked is madness. If enterprises failed in the private sector because of the policies that are being pursued, they will continue to fail even if the government takes them over. And that what the government should be telling us is not that it wants now to buy Almond Beach, it wants to buy Silver Sands and Paradise. Reverse the policies that have made it necessary for 30 properties in tourism to fail and allow the leading sector of this economy to start to lead again. It's not going to be salvation, but you've got to stop the spiral downwards. Start with your leading sector. The other things that the Democratic Labour Party have to do. Randall Stewart, Barbados needs to have from you a statement of shared sacrifices. And it is a form of tyranny for a government to be taking the people's resources and using the people's resources to pay for its political program while people out there are sucking salt. The Democratic Labour Party must start the program by stopping asking the people of this country to pay for its political program and use the people's resources to put the people's economy back in order. How can you justify laying off people from the public sector of Barbados when you have constituency football and David Thompson Memorial Football, constituency councils? You got a man drawing thousands of dollars a month as a yachting consultant. What yacht has he brought to Barbados? Not even a Moses. It has to stop. It really has to stop. And the Democratic Labour Party has to understand this. That sadly so, our country is now one in which we are operating in what I call a contaminated moral and intellectual environment. We do not want people to lose their jobs. But something has to be wrong when Chris Tinker can tell you that he has to borrow the money to pay the wages of the 7,000 people a month. But what is the answer of the Democratic Labour Party? Send more people to work cutting down bush besides the road. We are now living in a country, sadly, where, as I've said, bad policies can become good politics. And the reason why Barbados is in this sad and sorry state is because bad policies have been made to be good politics. That you cannot pay your bills, but you keep adding and adding and adding to the public sector costs, precisely because there is a political advantage from so doing. But above all, this country needs somebody to take charge of it. We will soon be celebrating 50 years as an independent society. And there might have been some of Barrow's ways that you didn't like, but he was always in charge. Barrow did some things that I wish that I could have done. Men went to the Senate walls and he appointed them to the Senate, but they forgot. And they heard about it when he fired them under a street light. That was a real leader. He will humbug you when you play the fool, but he was in charge. He did not have to negotiate his position in his government. Tom Adams was a very serious man. Leader, exemplary. He didn't like everything he did, but he understood that as a leader, you had to be in charge. Bernard St. John was the finest man that I ever knew. Decent man, a patriot, put Barbados first, but in charge. And Erskine Sandiford, in charge. In my case, I smile a lot, but then it was most dangerous. Because, you know, there was have you ever read Voltaire Candide, that it is sometimes necessary to shoot a general in order to encourage the others? And I had a cabinet in which it might have been necessary from time to time for me to shoot a general in order to encourage the others. You have to do these things if you're leading a country. But you now have a leader who, and I must say this, when the history of Barbados comes to be written, those eager 11 that brought that motion to move the man and then move him, you know, you got one chance to move a leader. If you can't cut off his head, I'm very sorry for you. He now can't fire them, nor they can't fire him, because they have tried before and failed. And you know, What Barbados needs now is not the loose talk from Frandel Stewart. I had often equated him to Mr. Duffy in Dubliners, A Painful Case, that he was always at a little distance from his own body, observing his own action with doubtful side glances. That's the man. Shakespeare spoke about a meek, inconsequential man fit only to run errands. But we beginning to see a side of the man that rather than taking charge, you, the people, lead your leader, you need to hear him. And you need to hear him not talking foolishness, but come to say, this is the problem. This is the direction in which we are going to go. And we need to hear that from him. I know in 1937, Bevan, the British Labour minister, made a statement about Stanley Baldwin. That reminds me so much of Frandel when I hear Frandel. He says it is medicine man talk. He said he lifts the discussion onto so abstract a plane that the minds of the hearers are relieved of the effort of considering the details of the immediate problems. That's Frandel. He says he imposes no intellectual strain because thoughts drift into thought, assembling and dissolving like clouds in the upper air, having no connection with earthly obstacles. That is Frandel. He falters, he flatters, because he appears to offer intimate companionship with a rare and noble spirit. He pleases the unskeptical because he blurs the outline of unpleasant facts in a maze of meaningless generalizations. We do not need a medicine man. We need a real social engineer and a leader. And this evening have come Frandel. Frandel have come today. When last I spoke to you, I told you that if you were to put this country in my hands, that I would have treated it with a father's care and a father's love. Today I've come from christening my grandchild. And I've come to tell you that we have to rescue this country in my children's name and your children's name and your grandchildren's name. And if you do not rescue this country, what will we tell our children, Frandel? So tonight I've come to ask you to be part of the rescue mission, to be a member of the rescue team in the name of my children, your children. God bless you and God bless Barbados now and forever.
The driver of L2933, please remove your vehicle. The driver of L2933, please move your vehicle. You're obstructing someone from leaving. To all of those, how many of you have signed the petition? Have you signed? Have you signed? Have you signed? Somebody out there did not sign. Missing a voice. Please remember, sign before you leave. And tomorrow, you will be able to do so online. So call everyone who you know and let them know, please sign, because the country is counting on them. From this platform this evening, you would have heard from some of the best that the Barbados Labour Party has to offer. And we had no intention of keeping you here till midnight, so we could not bring everyone. But rest assured, there will be more. There will be more. And we are calling upon you, concerned citizens of this country, to make your presence felt and your voices heard, because Barbados must be rescued. And it can only be done when you stand up and be counted with all your friends and family. You know, we are facing a very serious predicament. And it is so bad because we all know that Chris Sinclair is not the one. I am not calling him a clown. I'm only saying we know we don't want him. But we face the ugly prospect of removing Sinclair and having Eswick or Kelman or something like that. The reality is that nothing else good exists out there to handle the economic affairs of this country, and nothing short of an election will rescue this country. Nothing short. You can give it to Kelly. You give it to Paul. Mara. How far down can we go? Ladies and gentlemen, the rescue will come from the Barbados Labour Party. It will come when you stand up and be counted. It will come with Clyde Maskell, Mia Motley, and this team. Ladies and gentlemen, you must get yourselves together, because I believe something is on the horizon. Something big is bound to happen. Don't let the 2 container loads, don't let, and I want to say this softly, don't let the 2 container loads of tear gas frighten the body. Yes, tear gas. There must be expected an invasion from the Bulgarians. We are peaceful people, and if we have to stand up and be counted, that we will do, but we will do it peacefully. We will do it peacefully. And if you are unhappy with this government, whenever you get into your car, you pass Bay Street, blow your horn, man. Don't let them think you're blowing a gig to speak. Blow it loud. Blow it hard. Every time you pass Bay Street, blow your horn, tell them we want them gone. The country must be saved. And that saving starts here today with every one of you. Every one of you who are here this evening, you are making a statement that you have had enough. Barbados has had enough. We must do something, and do it soon. Somewhere in this audience, there's a fine young lady who I have the privilege of introducing to you this evening. For quite some time, Mia and I have worked, not always sitting side by side, but I can tell you now that with every stride she makes, there I will be also. And you hear from former Prime Minister Arthur say this evening, Mia, you have my support. And I'm satisfied that the Barbados Labour Party is this evening united behind Mia and Motley, and we must move together. We must move together. We must move together. Come on, people. Mia, come on.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We are not here by accident. And I first want to thank all of you, the thousands of you who have come out this afternoon, the thousands of you who believe that the time has come to take a stand. The thousands of you who believe that, like those who stood on this hallowed ground decades ago, who faced the uncertainty of the future, who suffered the indignities of the moment and the poverty of spirit that was foisted on them because of what they had to endure, that no human being should have to endure. There were those who stood on this stand. There were those who stood across there. There were those who stood in Queen's Park, not just in the name of the Barbados Labour Party, but in the name of the Garveyites, and in the name of Charles Duncan O'Neill, and in the name of all others who felt that it was their duty to right injustice and to bring hope and prosperity to a people. I stand here this afternoon similarly motivated. And I not only want to thank you, but I want to thank those who took this platform earlier. From Dale, who let you know how the decisions of one man and a cabinet are wreaking havoc for those who simply want to go about their business in safety, who want to know that they can go in a shop in this country and not have to worry about a stray bullet passing them by, or who want to know that if, God forbid, somebody broke into their house, that there are enough police cars that the police can come to your house and ensure that you are safe and take the information from you. Because if the cars are not working, the police cannot get to move. And if the police are the first agency to receive the cuts from Chris Sinclair, then you begin to wonder whether your safety has now been put at jeopardy and at risk by a government whose only responsibility, first and foremost for governments, is to protect each and every one of us and to preserve law and order. And then you heard Jerome. There could be no better person to speak. And Jerome spoke not as a politician tonight, this afternoon. He spoke as a doctor. And he explained to you this horror when Tony Harris could tell the country that Barbados is now at a stage, little Barbados, that 49 people a month have been having strokes. Today, at 11 o'clock, my constituency assistant came to my house to collect booklets. And less than 20 minutes later, she called me back in a state because her brother, a young policeman, not yet 40, died suddenly today from the stress and the horrors. And you know, you have to forgive me this evening, because as if that were not bad enough news, as I was ready to leave the house at 3 o'clock, a young man who helped raise me, who is like my stepbrother, took his life in New York today. His business collapsed a few months ago. And between the sickness that he was facing and the inability to provide for his family, he did what, God forbid, all of us feel is unthinkable. So when I stand here this evening, I don't stand as leader of the Labour Party, a politician coming to talk to you. I come to talk to you about our country. And I come to talk to you with one simple message. That no amount of time will now heal the condition of Barbados. And this country will have to decide whether 15 or 16 will hold to ransom almost 300,000 people. They asked you for time in February. They lied. They told you all was well. And within a month, Chris Sinclair came as Minister of Finance and told you that not only was the economy still stable, not only was the medium-term strategy on track, but that he was going to have a 600 million stimulus. Propaganda and false hope, yet again. And in less than a month, the governor of the central bank finally began to let the truth come out the side of his mouth. And the full truth didn't come yet. It started to come out the side of his mouth. And on the Tuesday night, he issued a report saying that the medium-term fiscal strategy was not on track and it needed to be put back. And by the next morning, when he spoke, he told you, well, he didn't quite mean that it just needed some tweaking and some pushing and nudging. I do not know who spoke to him the Tuesday night. By the next week, the Minister of Finance did the unpardonable, and herein the loss of confidence begins. He went on radio in a live press conference, and he told the people of this country, there are problems, but I am going to wait 4 months before I bring you any medicine or prescription. I am going to bring a budget in August. And that was April. You know what happens when you don't get your medication on time. You know what happens when the ambulance does not turn up on time, as we were reading only in today's Sunday Sun. How could a Minister of Finance tell you that he knew that something was fundamentally wrong, but he would not come to you for another 4 months unless he was a 5-foot man in 7-foot water out of his depth? None of that in here. And then, on the 27th of June, a national consultation was called. And on that occasion, no longer any more talk about a 600 million stimulus. No longer any talk about a medium-term fiscal strategy. That was dumped in the wastebasket. All of a sudden, the country, according to Delisle Worrell, needed to make a $425 million adjustment in 8 months. Now, people, you can't have a $400 million problem in 4 months. You can't put on 40 pounds in 4 days. You can't even lose 40 pounds in 4 days, as I have shown you. So that what we had was the beginning of the naked truth. The beginning of it. And the Prime Minister, out of place, made the worrying worse by telling you that the issue of devaluation would be something that he would fight against. Now, you don't draw attention to the problem if you are leader of a country. And all of that came to the point of the budget in August. And what happened then? What happened then? Chris Sinclair stood before the people of Barbados and the international community. For 2 days, we knew the situation with the foreign reserves. And for 2 days, we discussed among ourselves whether we would raise it or whether we would leave it, because we were sensitive to the national condition. And contrary to what most people might feel in the Democratic Labour Party, we are Barbadians first. And we actually took a decision that we would address the issue, but not refer specifically to the numbers that had fallen in the reserves. Lo and behold, within the first half hour of Chris Sinclair's speech, he delivered himself of the words that $300 million had fallen in our reserves, and that it was as a result of a loss of domestic confidence and international confidence. Now, you know that I used to practice criminal law. And you know that I know a confession when I see one. And you know that a man that had by then was now delivering his 4th budget speech and was in charge of the wheel of the economy and finance ministry for 3 years, that Kerry, was a confession from the dock that I, Chris Sinclair, have failed and failed miserably to protect you, the Barbadian people, in one of the most vital elements that you need to be protected in, so as not to fall mercy to poverty. And he got there, and he admitted it. And then he delivered a hodgepodge of ill-conceived policies. But we listened, we said that was what it was, and we told you we would wait and see. Wait and see. And wait and see we did. Only to find out within less than a week, Donville, who might have been the opening batsman on this occasion but wants to be the last man standing in the Democratic Labour Party, told you, no. Chris read the numbers wrong. And Clyde told you tonight that if you want him to read a number, write it in words. Don't give him the numbers. He told you that it was a mistake, the land tax, solid waste tax. Because by then, many of you were doing the calculations. And $700 per 100,000 would mean not only that people all over Barbados in tenantry land who were not paying land taxes would have to start paying land taxes again, but that people, all levels of society, would be soaked with taxes at the very time when they have no money in their pockets to accommodate it. He didn't tell you that the Commissioner of Land Tax had no lawful authority to collect it. And the Minister of Finance had to have known that when he announced it. He didn't tell you that the Minister of Finance gave you the wrong projection. It could only have been that he didn't talk to the Land Tax Department, because he said it would raise 49 million, and we are now being told it would raise $173 million from the backs of Bajans if people could even afford to pay. And then, within less than a week, we had the Commissioner of Inland Revenue being forced to take issue and to correct the Minister of Finance again. One problem: when the minister speaks in a budget, his words become law under the Provisional Collection of Taxes Act. When the Commissioner of Inland Revenue speaks, or she takes an ad in the press or runs an ad on radio, it is nothing more than she, me, or you, or even Gearbox from the dead talking. No lawful authority. So that any company in Barbados now that had to work out the consolidation tax for people coming up at the end of September, thrown into total confusion. Is it 2% or 2.5%? Is it 3% or 3.5%? What they forgot to tell you too is that the Commission of Inland Revenue is to collect income taxes. There's no lawful authority to collect a consolidation tax. And that is why Erskine Sandiford in 1991, when he brought the stabilization tax, brought special legislation for it to be collected. But then you also saw that it is not only even on income. You know that if somebody give you a gift, somebody give you a cow and tell you hold this, I can't pay you, hold this cow, that they have the power to come and value the cow and tax you upon the cow. You know if they give you 2 turkeys for Christmas, they have the power to tax you upon the 2 turkeys. Whatever the gift is in kind. And all this time, the Minister of Finance, not a single word. But then again, if you were in the lap of luxury in Disney World, you couldn't be engaged in these trivial matters. These were just things that were tormenting Barbadians, not you. And then, when the confusion started to come with who would go home and who wouldn't, postmen. We were doing rubbing shoulders at Oyston's Fish Market, asked Kerry, and the call came through about the postmen who had been called into a meeting and told you do not and you must not come to work on the 1st of September. We were told about the memo from the police. We were told about the people at Soil Conservation who could not get paid. We were told about the people at Drainage. And the first thing the Prime Minister does is come and show that he either lives on Mars or he is contemptuous of you and tell you about a computer glitch. That is like the Light and Power telling you about a monkey pull the line. I didn't say anything else as far as the monkey was concerned. But let me tell you this. After the computer glitch was the cause, when Kerry and I had the press conference and produced the memorandum from the Director of Finance, telling them, every ministry, every department, that they had to cut $50 million in temporary employees, in acting allowances and substitutes. Remember Chris Sinclair said that they can't hire anybody in the budget? The director was only saying what Chris said in the budget. The budget that the Prime Minister chaired cabinet and approved before it was delivered. And all of a sudden, the Prime Minister tells you, oh, we need to do a study. We need to see the impact of these things. And then proceeds to tell you what temporary means. But all of us know what temporary means because he is the very definition of temporary. People, can you imagine a Prime Minister and a Minister of Finance telling you that they would preside over $50 million in cuts without knowing what the implications are for the $50 million on temporary workers, substitutes, acting allowances? Do you know that to this day, when challenged, they have not told us whether the payment of acting allowance is made to Richard Seeley as Prime Minister when no other public officer can get the acting allowances? It cannot be one rule for you and one rule for me. Can you believe that you will make a statement about the sending home of people and you have not done the study to see where they're going to get sent home from? If any private sector company were to do that in this country, the social partnership will hold them up by the short and curlies. And this year, we started 2013 with Lime wanting to send home people. And with the country being threatened to be shut down because people wanted the details of what those cuts would mean. But your Prime Minister and your Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, I apologize, would make those cuts without telling you where they were to happen. And we are still waiting for the report because September 30th come and gone and October 31st coming up very soon in a few days. But as if that were not enough, the confession of which I spoke with technology isn't only restricted to Barbadian ears. And the very government knew that in March they would have to go to the international markets to borrow money to be able to pay wages and to service debt. Because the difference between the money the government earns and the money that it spends is simply too large that they can't bridge the gap. And they told us the night at 2 o'clock in the morning, they came to Parliament for Parliament to approve the largest ever borrowing in the history of this country. $1 billion. Not million, billion. And when they came, they told you that it was half to close the deficit and half was to refinance existing debt. Now, which mad person would take debt you owe somebody and you paying them 7% interest? You can pay them off by borrowing from somebody at 9% to pay off the person at 7%? Man, the shopkeeper wouldn't even do that. And there was a company in the international market that their commentary started, call me crazy. But what is Barbados doing? Call me crazy. But why would Barbados borrow expensive money to pay off cheap debt? Well, call us crazy. Because why would a Minister of Finance announce that there was no confidence in his economy and then go to the international markets to borrow? It was folly. It was reckless. And it led to the international market saying, we agree with you. You say there is no confidence. And we too say we do not have the confidence to buy your bonds. And for the first time ever, Barbados, a country that was recognized as punching above its weight, a model. People say, we don't want your money. We don't want your business. We don't want your bond. And that Minister of Finance had the gall to stand up in Parliament on Tuesday and tell you that it was because the US government shut down. You mean to tell me that the US government shutdown affect Barbados more than it affect the US? You mean to tell me that he believed that all of us are so foolish that we don't understand that there are 4 years of mismanagement, 5 years, not being able to pay your debt? I ain't talking about even the large capital debt. I'm talking about your monthly bills, your salaries, the toilet paper, the pharmaceuticals, the spare parts. That you think that they don't know that we can't pay? And when Don Villinis will tell you that I or the rest of the Labour Party are talking as if we want to share information with the international community, let me tell you this. They know more than you know. And they know more than you know because you have a government that will not talk to you nor tell you the truth. And they know more than you know because we have a Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation that all of a sudden cannot tell the people of Barbados any news that is anti-government. Well, let me tell you all this. As long as there's breath, thank God for the internet. Thank God for the internet. Because we will get the word out to you. But when you add the confusion in the budget, that people can't and don't know what taxes to pay, that people don't know if they're going to be in a job in a ministry next month or a statutory board, the rumors that are flying about the transport board, how good Lord can you cut $15 million without, and already 1/3 of the buses off the road? How can you cut a further $15 million without either raising bus fares or sending home people? You are not dealing with fools. You are not dealing with fools. And I say to you that ignorance abounds in the cabinet and insensitivity. I was told about a mother who had to wait 3 hours in the bus stand waiting for a bus. She had recently had a baby. She was lactating. And eventually some people in the bus stand gave her taxi fare to get home so she could go and nurse the baby. Do you understand that this is a country where services used to work? Do you understand that 1/3 of the buses not working because the Ministry of Finance can find it possible to put $1 million almost in a football tournament, to put $5 million in constituency councils, to put $6 million to give catering in summer camps? And the people at that hospital behind us today, if they need certain medication, can't get it. And I say to those who are rich or who got a piece of change in the pocket, don't only feel that it is poor people who will be affected, because if, God forbid, an accident occurs, you got one place to go. I hope that it is the hospital and nowhere else that the Lord will take you. So that this is a matter that affects all of us. Our air ambulance costs $40,000. We can't get that. And what kind of mind, what kind of human being can choose to put politics above the welfare and well-being and health of people? I feel that these people are as guilty as those who oppressed Barbadians 70 and 80 years ago. Because you cannot tell me that politics will dominate everything. And you know why it's foolish? Because the tournament ain't gonna help them. Because the constituency councils ain't gonna help them. Because the summer camps ain't gonna help them. Because the people of Barbados have had enough. So you're spending bad money. You could as well spend it in the medicine. You could as well give the police the pay. You have Christmas coming up. Everybody knows that what it is to be in town at Christmas time anyhow, far less in a recession. Far less with confusion breeding. And the places in town, over 62 businesses have shut down. At the beginning of January, we had lost 16,000 jobs, and we have lost a good few thousand since then. I have come here tonight to give you one message. Chris Sinclair is out of his depth. He is a 5-foot man in 7-foot water. We could have gone against the government. And we know the government is out of their depth too. But follow me carefully. Barbados does not have the luxury of time. Follow me. We have reached a situation where every week, you hear me? Every week now matters. And we have reached a situation for every week that you defer the decisions that have to be made, the platform for growth and not the propaganda and false hope, you are going to condemn this country into a rut that some of you may not live to see it come back out of. I went this morning and read back again on Jamaica, and the similarities are frightening. We are not yet at rock bottom, but we are moving at a fast pace towards there. And in life, you don't only look at where you are, but you look at the pace of the slide, the pace of the decline, the rate at which you're coming down the hill. And if you're coming down the hill at 10 miles per hour, anybody can catch you up. If you're coming down the hill at 100 miles per hour, God help you. And we now have a slide. When you thought that it was $300 million in loss of reserves in August, it hurt us. Something stick in our throat. Because memories of 91 started to come up. But the slide has not stopped. And God forbid, the governor of the central bank, and I'm going to come to him shortly, he needs to talk to this country with a level of frankness that hitherto has not been a signal part of his press conferences. We do not want any more propaganda, editorial propaganda. But what is happening is that we have a slide. We have two problems. We need to find $500 million between now and March to pay our wages in the public service and statutory boards and to service our debt and to pay our pensions. And it is a problem. That is why the bond was so important. This is not scare tactics. This is the reality. And it is public knowledge that we have not secured the bond. And your Minister of Finance has not told you how he will bridge the gap. And you have less than 5 months to do so. But we also have a problem with declining reserves at a pace that is not comfortable. And when we can lose 1/3 of our foreign reserves since the 1st of April, then we are moving at a pace that no Barbadian wants to be moving at. And while it brings back memories of 91, there's a fundamental difference with 91. I was in the Senate in 91. In 91, businesses still had savings when the adjustment came. In 91, households and people had savings when the adjustment came. Tonight, in the midst of any adjustment that will come, our households, our people, our businesses have been battered and kicked about for 4 to 5 years. And it is like asking a man or a woman who has not eaten for 4 weeks to run a marathon. They simply do not have the fuel in them to do so. And I say to you tonight that time will not heal things. Time will not heal it. They asked you for time in February, and they came back and reverted to behavior. Sinclair didn't feel he had to clarify any budgetary initiative when the confusion started to reign. 9 weeks later, opposition asked for clarification. Private sector asked for clarification. Unions asked for clarification. and not a word has come out of his mouth other than to tell you that he couldn't get a bond for a US government shutdown. And then, not lie, he tell you what you should do down Broad Street. But I only have to tell him that there's no need for me to do that, Chris, because you have already stripped the whole of Barbados naked. But you know what that speaks to? That speaks to suitability. And that is why others have been as appalled about that. And I want to thank all Barbadians who have supported me in ensuring that these comments, not because they are supporting me, but because the comments are uncalled for and inappropriate from a minister of the Crown. And because it is not what we do in Barbados nor how we do our business. But you know, I have to beg you this, and I'm bringing you back. I don't want you to be distracted about any comment by me. Because I've told you, time will not heal this. And I want you to forget about those comments. Know that he liked cursing women. That is not what is at issue. What is at issue is what he will do for you to stop the decline in this economy, to protect your jobs, to ensure that people can go to the hospital and get treatment, that people can go to the buses and get home. That is what I want you to focus on. My back is broad. Don't worry about me. And I say to you that, you know what is the problem with Chris? He does not know, and he does not know that he does not know. He does not know, and he does not know that he does not know. And you know, we were blessed with Owen Arthur as a Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. And I want to thank Owen for speaking as eloquently as he did here this afternoon, this evening. Because what the people of Barbados will understand by now is that we put Barbados first at all times. But we were blessed. But there were other ministers of finance who were not economists, starting with Errol Barrow. Errol Barrow wasn't an economist. He may have done a little thing at LSE, a course or two, dabble a bit. Tom did PPE, Johnny can correct me, politics, philosophy, and economics before he did law. Bree was a lawyer. Richie Haynes was a doctor. But you know what all of them did? They understood that being Minister of Finance was not an 8-to-4 job. And they immersed themselves in the discipline. They read. They understood it. And they did so in a way that they also surrounded themselves with people who could advise them. Tom had Steve Emtage. Barr had his own. Bree. Richie had Wendell McLean and others. Who does Chris Sinclair have other than Delisle World, with whom he is now a twin? You see one, you see the other. The only problem is like bim and bam. But the noise coming out of their mouth is the same. And I say that it has reached a point where people believe that Delisle World is running this economy, not the central bank. And the proof of it comes on Friday afternoon, and I want you to listen carefully for me, because this is but another sign in the destruction of our democratic traditions. Kerry Simmons, as leader of opposition business, came to me and told me, John Boyce has now told him, we are doing this debate on Tuesday, whether we want to like it or not. Kerry? True, true, true. Kerry, fortunately, was with me when we met the Clerk of Parliament. And on Wednesday afternoon, the Clerk of Parliament told Kerry and myself that we could not give notice of the resolution on Friday because they were being a stickler for sticking to the 72 hours, and we received a clean definition of what 3 clear days meant and that it could not include weekend, and he brought along with him the Interpretation Act. No problem. At about 4:30, 5 o'clock, you brought to me the letter from the Speaker, from the clerk, because the Speaker was not at Parliament on Friday, indicating that I would be required to give notice of the motion on Tuesday, the 22nd of October. That accords with what I expected. Now, when you give notice, you do so that members of Parliament can get a copy of the resolution. And I could not stand up here and read this resolution to you tonight without being cited for contempt of Parliament, because I can't share it with you or the public without giving notice formally in Parliament. That is the procedure. And this government has already shown that it is not frightened to cite Kerry and me for contempt, as they tried to do until they lost the vote 3 months ago. Because wickedness will always fall, never prosper. Remember they tried to cite me and Kerry for contempt? And they lost the vote. So that I cannot share with the thousands of you here tonight what this motion has against Chris Sinclair. I have to give notice of it Tuesday morning at 10. Never before have you given notice and gone straight to debate, because it is understood that people want to read the charges. Because a motion of no confidence is no different from a charge sheet. You don't arrest a man, charge him, and put him in the dock at the same time and hear the evidence unless you're living in some totalitarian regime. That don't happen about here. But let me tell you, they will not get the chance to say that we are not ready. Because you know that I don't read from paper. So I could do the motion last night, last week, and next week. And you know from listening to Kerry Simmons this evening that he ready too. But you know who they are trying to get at? Because they can't affect us. You will read the motion for the first time on Wednesday morning in the newspaper. And by that time, the motion would have been shut down, debated, voted. So by the time the people of Barbados see the motion, this government has run to shut it down in a can. Well, I have a message for John Boyce, for Frandel Stewart, for Kerry. Kerry, I want you to carry it. I want to carry it. They, John Boyce, can try to shut down a parliament. They can try because they understand that there's a movement growing in Barbados where tens of thousands of people want to sign. They want to sign the petition. They want to say they have no confidence in Chris. But there are a few others who are more cautious and who have said, we want to read the no confidence motion before we sign. As is their right to be. All of us don't reach the finish line at the same point. Some of you know that Chris Inna used to be the Minister of Finance. Others now want to be persuaded. When you seek to shut it down, you can shut down the motion in Parliament, but you cannot shut down the motion of the people in the country. And this petition, therefore, will continue for at least another week after the people see the motion of no confidence. Because under the Inter-American Democratic Charter, you have a right to see. Under the best things that we know about fairness in this country, you have a right to see. But this government is not only frightened for you, the people. The governor of the central bank is to talk Wednesday. So that they want to make sure that when the governor of the central bank speaks, the debate has been shut down and we can't comment on what the governor said. Well, poor fellas, I have news for you. We talking next Sunday at St. George at conference. And if the governor of the central bank does not tell the country what he needs to tell the country in clear terms, we will deal with him next weekend. And those who cannot come to conference, watch it on YouTube. But you have a government that for the first time will take action to rush everything through. No problem, because I'm ready. But you're hurting the people of Barbados who have a duty to read and to understand and to comment. And you cannot hide from the people because the people are more than you. You cannot shut down the people. And no amount of 15 people voting can thwart the will of a people when people have made up their minds. And no amount of bringing emotion the day before the governor gives his 9-month review will stop us from being able to comment on the governor's report. And I want to say this. When the governor comes on Wednesday, I don't want the plenty editorial comment, because the last 2 or 3 reports, he didn't even tell us the numbers easily. He tell us how many weeks we got in import cover. We can go to the back, but the truth is, who goes to the back and reads tables? I do, Clyde does, Owen does, Kerry, some economists from the Barbados Economic Society, a few people. But most people hear what they hear on radio in the headlines, or see what they see in the paper. Just like the notion of 1,500 jobs in yesterday's paper. What kind of false hope and propaganda you're putting on people again? That would cause you to believe that 1,500 jobs coming to the people who lost the jobs in tourism, or who on 2 and 3 day week within a matter of months. But you wouldn't believe that those 1,500 jobs not even in sight for a year. Because you have to knock down the hotel in a year's time. You have to build it back up. You have to wait 3 years. And that is the propaganda that is being foisted on the people. But I want to hear the governor on how it is that the decline in our reserves, and I don't want September 30th figures. I want figures up to last week. And I want to know what is going to be done about it. And I want to know how you are going to find the funding to finance the deficit, to make sure that Barbadians can be paid as public servants, or that Barbados will be able to service its debt, or that Barbadians can have the confidence that pharmaceuticals and food at school meals and toilet paper at the hospital and disinfectant at the geriatric and at the prison, all of those things can be bought. I want to know from the minister, from the governor of the central bank, to talk to us directly about the state of the decline in tourism figures. We already know that tourism has declined for almost 18, 19 months straight. And that down to the end of September, the decline is 6.3%. But you know that is decline upon last year that was in decline. So when you have decline upon decline upon decline, you're really going to rock bottom. I want to hear from the governor of the central bank, not the decline in arrivals, but the decline in expenditure. Because we know we left $2.3 billion being spent from the tourism sector. And last year, spending in tourism was down to $1.7 billion, even though prices had gone up by 33%. So that if you were to earn the same value of what we were earning in tourism. Last year, instead of earning 1.7, you should have been earning 3.1 billion. So you understand that we are earning almost half of what we should in the tourism sector. I want the minister and the governor to tell us what is the state of the discussions with the Inter-American Development Bank loan that the same minister told us is absolutely necessary. 100 million US dollars, of which 50 million is necessary to spend at the Barbados Tourism Authority for them to do marketing. And of that 50 million, 13 million US is to go to arrears. Do you know that Barbados owe the marish and the parish from London to Toronto to New York to Miami to Trinidad to Brazil, that we owe everybody out? And you know what hurts? This is the same party that Errol Barrow led. And when the Americans told Mr. Barrow, when we became independent, that they would pay for Barbados to become members of the Organization of American States, Mr. Barrow told them, where I come from, if we cannot pay the dues, we do not join the club. Bajans are proud people. We do not walk about owing the world, and certainly not in the thing that pays our bills, tourism. But the country has a duty to be told. Almost 3 months later, what is the status of the IDB loan? Have you been able to give money to the Barbados Tourism Authority such that instead of the $88 million you spent in marketing in 2011, you're now spending 59 million when less people must come? And we now have the indignity that a country where Concord used to run, Concord, you know, Barbados was one of the few countries where Concord was a scheduled flight. You believe that you can't get up and say you're going to New York from January and get a first class ticket? And that the tourists who come here from the northeast corridor of the states are people with a piece of change. They're not traveling no low-cost carrier to get to Barbados or coming through Miami to get to Barbados. And one hotel already last week had a loss, a cancellation of 200 room nights because the group coming from New York said they cannot afford to overnight in Miami. And they lost that business, which will no doubt go to Bermuda or Jamaica or Bahamas. You have to understand that the Minister of Finance is the one who makes the choices. Government is about choices. Do I spend money and give it to councils? Do I give money to football? Do I give the money to the hospital? Do I give the money to the university? Do I give the money to the Barbados Tourism Authority? And that he has sat there and that he continues to perpetuate politics first, and that he continues to be out of depth such that he does not even understand how to protect the loss of reserves. Chris, trust me, this ain't personal, but you need to step one side and let the people get on with the business. You gotta step one side now. Because a time will come when we will not be able to pull it back. So I come to you tonight to tell you, time will not change anything. And we will either decide, like the person who is a diabetic who has a cut on the toe, you either go and get it dealt with, or if you don't deal with it, you're going to lose the toe. And if you still drink rum or eat foolishness or get cut again, you're going to lose the foot. And when you still do nonsense, you're going to lose from the knee down. And figuratively speaking, Barbados is now already at the knee. And the decision is, will we lose our hip, or will sepsis take over our bloodstream and take us out? He has tried to give you 2 Panadol for a triple bypass. It cannot work. It cannot work. You know what is sad? That Wednesday morning, because you see, you have to understand the dynamics of politics. Many of these guys only have one term. They don't yet have a pension. And I ask the people of Barbados, between now and Tuesday, speak to your members of parliament and ask them to put Barbados first. If they don't have a pension and they don't vote the right way to save themselves, they lose their pension. But I believe that the people of Barbados will agree with me that we have already had precedent. Johnny, you were the pensions man. You remember when Mr. Sandiford called the election? He left Leroy Braffett and a whole set of them out to sea without a pension. And in good conscience, people work. People ought to be able to get their pension. It is true that they missed theirs by a matter of weeks. These guys are out by about, what it is? 3 years? 2.5 years? But I know that you, like me, feel that it is cheaper to pay them their pension and let them leave than for you to endure them for another 2.5 years to get their pension. And now you really want to tell them, don't let the pension confuse you. Take your pension and go. We want you to focus on the country, not the pension. Because if you focused on the country, or perhaps if the electorate had given you 1812, 3 or 4 of you could do what is in your heart to do, because they really don't want to vote for Chris. They don't want to vote for him. But what drives them is the instinct of survival. And while they seek to survive, you will suffer. And that is what our politics has come to in this country tonight. So I ask you, remind your members of parliament, hope that you can find them in the next 2 days. Call them, bounce into them, email them, go to the house, come to parliament, and tell them we are watching how you vote, because we are suffering in this country. And this now is not about Chris Sinclair personally. This is about the fact that we accept that there's no confidence in him. Chris confessed it in the budget, and the international community, as Owen has told you, has also confirmed it. Would you send a man to do business for you to people that don't trust the man? No. But nobody would do that. And therefore, if he no longer enjoys the confidence of the international community, if he no longer enjoys the confidence of ordinary Bajans, of the private sector, he didn't even go to report to them on Friday at the subcommittee meeting the progress card on the budget. But if you were going to report 1 out of 20, you won't go neither, I suppose. He didn't go to meet with the IMF in the Barbados bilaterals, even though he was in Washington for 5 days. So if he is ducking and hiding from all who matter, then I say enough is enough. And Chris, the time has come for you to go. And I say to you that we will not let up as long as there is despair in this country. We will not let up until despair becomes hope. We will not let up as long as people have to wait in A&E for 24 hours, and then when they get seen only to be told the medication not there. We will not let up as long as people can't get to work on time because the bus is 2 and 3 hours late. We will not let up as long as people are on 2 and 3 day weeks and are the only breadwinner in that household. We will not let up as long as people from FedEx and the banks and all about the place being laid off. You understand people going to work in the morning, come and getting a letter when they go home in the evening? Do you understand the psychological trauma? And if it means that the language of the government is to get military against us, then so be it, because we shall not let up. We shall not let up until the confidence of the international community is restored and that they can admire Barbados as they have done for decades. We shall not let up. As long as people in the Caribbean pulling you one side and asking you, what really happened to Barbados? What you all doing? What you doing to the commissioner? What you doing to this? What you doing? We shall not let up until we can walk tall and stand proud. And for those who say they are waiting to hear from the opposition, let me tell you this. We have already put things on the table that this government has dismissed with scant respect. The most important economic change this government can make is to its economic policy on energy. Only last week, I got a copy of the accounts of the Barbados National Oil Company, a state company. And down to March 2012, do you know that a state company owned in your name makes $53 million in profit while you can't even get a light bill paid? We have told them that it is criminal for the government as shareholder to maintain a pricing policy that charges fuel oil prices for oil coming out of Barbados ground at world market prices, because that is not their cost of production, nor even with a little rate of return. In fact, it costs us less than half of what the world market price is. But you are now to suffer for the price gouging of the Democratic Labour Party government at the Barbados National Oil Company. It is wicked, it is worthless, and it is in callous disregard. They announce an energy rebate for hotels. We did the numbers. $2,400. A hotel paying $48,000 a month in electricity would save. And they would only save the $2,400 if they spent money on renewables in 12 months. Under the Barbados Labour Party policy, we would reduce the kilowatt hour charge for the fuel charge because of passing through the cost on local production. We would reduce it by about 12 cents a kilowatt hour. So that it meant that that hotel that was $48,000 a month had $32,000 in fuel clause would save $9,500 a month as compared to the government's $2,400. Are you going to tell me that you got apologists for this government telling us about policies? Let me also say this. The problem is not you, nor you, nor you, nor you, nor me, nor Johnny, nor Kerry, nor nobody around here. There is only one entity that can make a decision in this country that matters. There is only one entity that can stop the bleeding, and that is the Cabinet of Barbados. Do not let anybody fool you. Do not let anybody force it. It is not a case of what can be, what should be, what ought to be. We can only now deal with what is, because the people and government of Barbados have a gun at our head. And the most important thing is get the gun from the head, stop the bleeding, and let us move on with the building of this country. So that I say to you, we shall not let up. And if night shall fall on Tuesday, and 15 shall endorse the conduct of Chris Sinclair, and that 15 comes to stand, not against the 14 of the Labour Party, but the tens of thousands of Barbados, then we will continue to be creative in how we communicate to the government. Fundell Stewart then and his cabinet become the problem and not just Chris Sinclair. Because they will have endorsed the bad behavior. I said many a time when I was Attorney General, I could not guarantee that one of the 1,500 police might not do something untoward. But I could guarantee that once I learned about it, I would hold them accountable. Fundell Stewart and the cabinet will learn about the illegalities, will learn about the lack of confidence, will learn about the confessions, will learn about the dismal performance of every aspect of this economy. And if they choose to hold up Chris as opposed to the country, then the future will have to be settled not against Chris, but against the Democratic Labour Party government. And there are many who are urging me to move quicker than I want to move. But we will walk solid, and we will walk straight. And this bus is not a red bus. This bus is not a yellow bus. This bus is not a blue bus. This is a bus called Barbados bus, and let the people get on. Because as God is my witness, as long as there is breath in my body, Barbados will always come first. And if it is that some men in government must be offended, then let them be offended. And if it is that some men must say that they feel that crackheads must come, I say, watch out, because the people have always dominated in history over those who feel that they can crack heads. People have always won out. And if it is that there are those in here tonight of doubtful spirit, recognize that this cause is greater than any one of us. We cannot do it alone. You cannot do it alone. But in the name of God, we will do it together. Good night and God bless.
Good job. Well done. Huh? We just thank them. We can thank them for rapper. Huh? I should be good.